Okay. Oh, so whenever an enchantment enters, God, that thing is. Maybe I don't trade because they can just keep rebuying. I'm not gonna trade this. It seems not worth it to me at all. Yeah. Okay. Oh boy. All right. Well, let's mill you 4. It's not a very good mill. Pretty unfortunate stuff here. Let's attack for 2. I guess I can just double block the wolf here if they attack with the wolf. Probably the play. Oh my gosh. That's so gross. Yep. Pretty good. Alright, I'm certainly blocking the wolf here. Not even close. Man, oh man. God, how is this card not an instant? Oh boy. Guess that was a reason to maybe not block. Maybe I just have to hold this and hope to find black mana, so then I can use the Somnophage to take down the champion. Go ahead. That's pretty good. Yep. Okay, I'm going to trade with your 2-2. And we're going to hope to rip a black source, I guess. Nope, that ain't it. Yikes. Yikes, 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 yikes. Curious how many black sources I have. I think I have like 5 or 6. It was definitely a risky keep that certainly did not pan out. This is what happens when Arena auto drafts for you. Huh. I have 4. I mean, I have 4 black sources, but then I think I have some ways to generate black off. Maybe I don't. Okay, so I only have 4. It's not very many. Yeah, I don't know. Alright, let's just... I could come off the black splash and do the white splash instead, which is something I did think about doing previously. We do get Dawn of Hope there. A little easier on my mana. This card just feels pretty uncastable. I guess we could also just like play a counter spell or this thing. I don't think this is particularly good in this deck though. Huh. I don't know. It's possible the white splash is better. Maybe I try the white splash instead. Could certainly buy that. Would I get Dawn of Hope? Glass Casket's like okay. I don't know if it's splashable though. The problem is like Dawn is literally like the only white card I want to splash for, but then I could just play like these 2, I guess. I think they're just so bad though. This card's like maybe okay. I don't think it is though. It's pretty bad. in this deck at least. Doesn't really seem to have any synergy at all. Huh. I could just play Ice Out. Oh my god, Eepleton, that sounds so brutal. That's awful. Did that player at least not qualify? If they won the RCQ, there's just no justice. I think I'm just going to do this. We'll play the Ice Out, I suppose. Whatever. The quicker we're done with this draft, the quicker I just get to have another deck. This thing is very bad. The mana is just super non-functional. Like, even Ice Out is, like, not reliable. Double blue on only 6 blue sources. Having to play a third color to have a playable deck is pretty disgusting. Like, I mean, I have to keep this. To be fair, like, Somnophage lines up pretty well with Galefang. I don't know. This hand's, like, okay. Oh, my God. Both my black cards? Yikes. Okay. I can play an extra land, but I guess that's good. That does let me Galefang a turn sooner. I mean, it's... Yeah, alright, let's do it. Go ahead. Oh, boy. Alright, well. Ice Out that I can't cast. Yep, that sounds about right. Go ahead. This deck is horrid. Sure. Okay. Well, that's... Alright, that's kind of interesting, I guess. I suppose the play is just cast this attack for 4. Probably attack. I think attacking makes sense. We're sending both. If they trade, I think that's fine. Really need a land. A black source would be quite ideal, obviously, but... God, that is just an awful draw there. Next round timer started. Alright, thank you, Hex Train. Alright, whatever. This game's over anyway. Let's move on with our lives. This deck was just... I thought we'd be able to get away with it. I thought it looked pretty playable, but... No, Arena, you suck. I want lands. I like to cast my spells, Arena. You never gave me a swamp in the whole draft. Whatever. We're still doing pretty good on the gems there. So we'll be fine, but sad time. Alright. Let's see if we can keep Narsetting some kids. Shutting off those beanstalks. Turns out Narset hates beans. on the play. That's pretty nice. Is that all 3 die rolls so far? That's... Alright, this hand's sick. We're going to keep this. I think this gets Hollowed Fountain, and then we go up the Beanstalk. A little awkward, but certainly going to keep. I'm going to believe that up the Beanstalk can do some work for us here. Anyway, as I was going to say, it's kind of funny I've won every die roll today. I lost almost every one this weekend at my RCQ, which is pretty brutal. But sometimes that's the way it goes. Yawgmoth, probably. Yep. Okay, Lorien revealed. Hollowed Fountain. This thing... Yep, you got it. Solitude's interesting. Let's shock. Let's go up the Beanstalk. Okay, that's pretty nice. I think we just pass. I don't need to Solitude right now. Seems quite loose. Okay. They might be playing the Litsky list from this weekend. Yeah, they are. They're on Heliod, probably. Okay, this is fine. Actually, that's got to be fine, right? There's no way I force negation this. Yeah, that's cool. Probably going to grist me. They could Ranger Captain, I suppose. It might be a Ranger Captain if they're doing this. Yeah, this feels like Ranger Captain. Oh, it's Heliod. Okay. Yeah, you've got a Heliod. I may just want to Binding this Heliod out of here, but we'll see on that. That was actually a nice draw. I could just Teferi their Heliod as well. That would be kind of interesting. Probably not what I want to do, though. How do we want to play this turn? We've certainly got options. What puts them in the worst possible position? I mean, I think I want to... I could even just leave Heliod in play and just attack their mana. But that's probably ambitious. They play a lot of mana. I think I just let them have their mana and then hit their way that they beat me. And I think I kind of just want to fetch the Triome. Yeah, I like that. Means next turn I can go Tef and Binding. Actually, no, I can't because I don't have double white. We'll try and figure it out. Alright, well now we have double white, but... Hit this. Go. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Contemplate Mentor is fine. It's 3 mana they have now. Okay. They've got a whole lot of nothing going on over there, which is good for me. Lorien revealed. I think that's just going to be a Jace's Ingenuity. Well, it's even more than that. It'll draw us 4 cards because we have a Beanstalk, but... Do I just leave up counter magic now? I mean, they're really not doing anything. I could just go Tef bounce, but then I lose the Tef. I could also just go Tef plus. Tef plus is a little bit appealing, I guess, because then they can't do anything at instant speed. I have Force Negation for Coco. That might actually be good. Just Steam Vents tap to Fairy plus pass. I don't actually hate that at all. I think that's what I'm going to do. This is my only white card, so maybe that isn't good. But I kind of just want to hardcast Solitude this game. I don't know, maybe I just don't need to do anything. I could, I guess, just pick up Gahira. Or I could also just do nothing and leave up Counterspell, Force Negation. I mean, that might be the right way to go about this. I don't know, though. Them not being able to do anything at instant speed, like, having to Coco on their own turn is so nice, and me being able to do this at instant speed matters. But I guess maybe I just set that up later. Let's just pass. I guess I'm just going to pass. Thinking about this more. I think this game's like, if I just leave up Counterspell and Force Negation, like, how are they going to win? It's going to be very difficult. It has to involve, like, multiple collected companies, which I do not believe them to have at the moment because they wouldn't have just gone Conclave Mentor last turn. Haywire Might is fine. Probably. Actually, do I counterspell this stupid thing? I can't believe I might counterspell this, but I actually might counterspell this. This gives them their Heliod back. Weird. I am going to counterspell this. So bizarre. That's pretty annoying. They probably play multiple mites, too. That's a just complete disaster all around. Oh, Walking Ballista. Okay. Oh, another Up the Beanstalk. Interesting. Oh, interesting, interesting, interesting. So this can get Temple Garden, which will give me my second white. Which I think I just want to Solitude them here. Opponents can't cast non-creature spells this turn, but I can still cast Solitude. Huh. Not exactly sure how I'm supposed to play this, but... I think I like doing it this way. I think I have to Force a Negation this. Wait, it can't be countered? Oh, because it's a legendary. Oh, that's so brutal. Yeah, unfortunately, that is going to happen. Now they just have a bunch of Haywire Mites. God, that's messed up. or a bunch of walking ballistas. Just depends what they want. This is super annoying. Yeah. Maybe I should have responded by solituding the mentor, I guess. I probably should have. Wait, does this not have to target? Oh, it does. Okay. So target your creature. Targeting that. Okay. Yeah, I'm in a lot of trouble here. That cauldron, pretty filthy. Problem is here, I mean, I have to, I think, target the ballista, but then they just can sack off the ballista. This is a ballista, like, this is very not good for me. I probably should have responded to this on the stack by hitting the mentor, honestly, but here we are. Yep. Narset Days Undoing. That's kind of funny. What do I have to do here? Do I have to, like... God, man. This is so messed up. I can, like... Teferi pick up binding the cauldron? Oh, but if I do that, they can combo off. They have a ballista in their yard. Huh. God, that's so disgusting. So that's not an out. Maybe it's just like Beanstalk Tef bounce this. Potentially, I guess. Okay, Solitude's kind of good, I suppose. Let's, I guess, play Narset now. And then leave Solitude available. Yeah, I don't know. This is pretty rough. It's a tough one to figure out, but I think I like this. I'm going to take a Verdict. Go. It's possible I should have cycled this for an island on this turn. They have another ballista. I don't know that I can beat another ballista. Because then they effectively have 2 ballistas. We'll see what happens, I guess. Maybe they get greedy. That's all I can hope for. Okay. Oh, they have infinite life. Sure, whatever, dude. I'm gonna yield to that as well. Cast and exile this. Always yield to these. Another Solitude's pretty sweet, actually. We actually might not be dead here. I guess they have infinite life, but... Oh, I didn't realize. Why is... Oh, this just gives them the static of think. God, I forgot how this card worked. Respond to the graveyard target. Yeah. Well, I did. Didn't I? Oh, no, I didn't. You're right. No, I didn't. I did need to respond to that. Yeah, I forgot that this already had counters on it, so it became a ballista, but... Yeah, I definitely messed that game up. In a few ways, I think. I guess I needed to... Because I had Force of Negation in hand, I actually needed to main phase Solitude, hit the stupid you can't counter my legendary stuff. I wasn't thinking about Cauldron, but I should have just cast the Solitude, eaten the Halfling, and then I could have Force of Negation that Cauldron. So that was, like, very bad on my part. Either Rest in Peace or the thing that Murktide's playing now, that stupid 2-mana artifact where your opponent just can't activate abilities of creatures. I think that's the one I would want. Curse Totem. Just play like 2 or 3 Curse Totem for these decks. I feel like these matchups should be like okay for us anyway. I just needed to play better. Like that game we should not have lost. If I just would have hit the Halfling, I think we win. With the Solitude. Alright, what do we not want here? Spell Pierce seems weak. Gust is probably fine. Wear Tear actually might be kind of real here, because it deals with Cauldron and Sprawl. Yeah, I agree with you. Rip is probably very reasonable in this build, because we don't even use our graveyard at all. Maybe play like Rip and Cauldron. We definitely could consider doing that. Purge has been awful. This card should have been like anything else. cut the Spell Pierce. I think Narset is kind of medium here. I might trim on Narsets, actually. Not a huge fan of them. Just do something like this, maybe. I think this is what I'm going to try and do. Alright, I got to move quick in this game, so I'm not going to... We're just going to move. We don't have a Lorien revealed. That's a mulligan, unfortunately. Yeah, this one's fine. Can get Hallowed Fountain on this. Probably going to Bottom of Solitude, I think. Yeah, it's going to be Solitude. Honestly, I think what we're probably going to do today is... I think we're just going to play a League with this deck, too. Rather than swap to Pioneer and play a different deck. I kind of want to keep just working on this, because I'm pretty confident this is what I'm going to do this weekend. I think Narset just seems really, really good right now. I might try George Jabor's build of this deck, too, which is a one-ring build. But I kind of want to play Bean again. But yeah, Curse Totem and Rest in Peace, probably pretty good sideboard options if these creature decks are super popular and good. We could also just play like another Verdict. The third Supreme Verdict out of the board is probably very reasonable too. No, but it makes it so Ravager just can't do anything. Yeah, it only stops activated abilities. Creatures just can't activate abilities. Which I still think is probably pretty good. I mean, against a deck like this, what do? I mean, they only have one way to blow up the... They only have one way to blow it up. It's like a Beseiju. They like can't activate Haywire Mites anymore. They can't activate Ranger Captain. They can't activate their Halfling tap for mana. It's just a nightmare for this deck. I mean, Curse Totem is disgusting here. It's also disgusting against Yogg. Probably some other matchups where it's pretty good too, but against this deck and Yogg, it is absolutely ridiculous how good it is. Yeah, pretty good against Scales. Less good against Scales than these two decks, but still very good. I do think the deck has felt pretty good, though. I think we have not played great. Last game, I definitely think we win if we play better. I just did not think about Cauldron at all. No, there's not. A little awkward to not have green mana here, but just definitely have to get... That's fine. Have to get Hollowed Fountain. Yeah, we're just gonna deal with that shit right away. Gonna get Hollowed Fountain. Go. Sure. I can get a... can't get a Temple Garden. I want it to get green. Does it just have to get Breeding Pool here? I might just have to get Breeding Pool on this. I think I'm gonna get Breeding Pool here. It does, yeah, Halfling is crazy good. So is Flame of Anor. I mean, there are a lot of very good cards in Lord of the Rings. Kind of funny how impactful that set ended up being. Spike Feeder. They have me under a little bit of pressure. Do I have to counterspell this? I might. I think I am going to counterspell this. Don't love that, but I do think it's right. I'll play this go. Yeah, I know. It is kind of funny how that worked. Not letting that happen either. Yep. They're going to pick up Kahira. Go. Probably shouldn't F6 this, but I'm gonna. Subtlety is kind of interesting. Probably just want to leave Subtlety up here. I think I'm going to say go. Letting this get bigger is a little awkward. Maybe not. Maybe I just want to ending this. Problem is I can't double spell, and I kind of hate that. I'm going to leave up Subtlety. I get really punished if they draw land, but... because then they just leave up Coco. Kind of rough. Yeah, that is true. That is true. It's just absolute worst case. It's so frustrating. Yeah, I don't know. Good binding, I guess. I'm gonna cast binding. And I guess I hit the cauldron. Yeah. Okay. 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 Alright, not the worst, I guess. Well, now we get to go up the beanstalk. That's kind of nice. Let's go up the beanstalk. Okay, that's pretty good too, actually. Alright, let's ending this. Go ahead. Sure. Okay. Well, the good news is they're doing this main phase, so now I can verdict them. I feel like we can actually win this game. It looked pretty bleak for a second there, but I don't know, we'll see. The beanstalk is very helpful as well. Giving me a card off Solitude is going to be nice. Spike Feeder Grist is super annoying. Have 6. Do I verdict now or do I want to wait on the verdict? God, it's so awkward. I kind of want to leave up subtlety to attack the grist, as weird as that is. I'm just going to pass. I don't know if that's right, but it's bad if they have third collected company, but so's verdict. Like, all right, I'm going to subtlety this. God, this is so obnoxious. Okay, Gust is, like, kind of good. Going to F6 now, I think. We've almost caught them on clock, so that's kind of good, I guess. So they probably minus the grist now, kill the subtlety. Yep. Sure. Oh, it's such an awkward draw. Yeah, I'm just kind of dead. I mean, I can, like... They have Heliod on top. So any creature is just, like, going to kill me. I guess I can Gust their Grist and then pitch Solitude. That's the only out. I have to Gust this. And then quite literally pitch Solitude to deal with the Ariok Champion. It's kind of insane how bad it is, but... Bottom of their library, so they're going to draw Heliod. This is so awkward. I literally have to do it this way, and I think I have to do it right now. So bad. Yep. So I need, like, Beanstalk into Binding here, pretty much. Yeah, you got it. Beanstalk into Binding would be really good. Okay. Lordian Revealed. Be a good draw. How about more lands? Uh-oh. Go ahead. So I'm just like stone dead to any creature. Feels like something I'm dead to. Oh, okay, man. Yep. You got it. Brutal. Very awkward game. Very awkward game not being able to hard cast those solitudes. It's kind of what we needed. Then I have to keep pitch casting. What we really needed was just to play game one better. I think at least this league has been, we've kind of learned. The deck has felt pretty good. I mean, we beat 4-color, which is what I wanted the deck to do. And I feel like we've made a couple mistakes here or there. Now, to be fair, the mistake against Scales really didn't matter because we know we were dead anyway because they were streaming. And found out they had a Snakeskin Veil or whatever. Maybe my keeps weren't good. Celestial Purge is a terrible sideboard card. It should probably just be another Wear Tear. It's kind of been my takeaways from this league so far. Or this prelim, rather. It is, yeah, and I haven't played against it yet, so that was kind of me just not being ready. If I would have known that could happen to me, we would have main phase Solitude, eaten the Halfling, we could have forced a negation Cauldron, and then game one is just entirely different, because that's completely why I lost. But, that's alright. We've actually won every single die roll today. Alright, well, I think this hand is a keep. I don't even know that I want to cycle this, to be honest. I think I kind of don't. I think we're just going to maybe save that as a Jace's Ingenuity. Okay. Thought sees me. Sure. Okay. Oh, let's go get this one. Actually, maybe this one. Don't think it matters very much. Narset's pretty damn good. Okay, let's see. Play this, pass. This might cycle for a land now, so I can get another white source. Misty can just go get a white source, though, theoretically. Although I probably want to get the black source. Dalvey. Alright. That's kind of lame. I think we do this. We get this. Do I cycle this Lorien Revealed? I mean, we have 3 more of them, so I believe I do. So I could just go Narset minus, but then they can Narset me. Then I can pick up my Narset with the Otawara, though. That's actually, like, kind of okay. I actually kind of like that exchange. Narset minus, if they kill it and play it, then later I can Otawara my Narset back to my hand and replay the Narset. That's, like, probably good, honestly. Teferi is very nice. I think I want to take Teferi. Verdict is good too, but I think I might like Teferi a little more. Stops their Undying shenanigans. I don't know. Verdict is also a good option. I'm not actually sure which one's better. Verdict plays pretty poor. It's just so awkward they're going to know about it, so they just don't extend. But, I think I'm going to take Verdict. Go ahead. Verdict is a more unique effect. Teferi, we have a bunch more in our deck, so I think this is fine. Yep, there goes Narset. That's so goddamn annoying. Probably take Solitude, I assume. Really? Okay, so that just means they have another Dothy, probably. Okay. Well, Teferi here is really good. What do I want to do? Playing Teferi. If I play Teferi, they probably like cast Bowmaster. Also, just like pick up Kahira is a play we could make. Could leave up Otawara Bounce. Now that they've seen that, though, they're never going to play into it. Bowmaster here is so annoying if they have one. They don't, though. I'm in pretty good shape. I think I'm going to do this. Okay, that's pretty nice. Pick that up. Go. That's a very good draw. I assume I'm getting griefed. It's a little unfortunate. They're almost certainly going to take the Lorien. Unless they don't care about me drawing 3 cards. But I would imagine they do care about that. Wow. That is something there. Plus this. Probably play the breeding pool. Go. Draw 3 cards on their turn. Okay, I'm going to do it right now. Okay, all that's pretty okay. Dude, are you kidding me, man? 3 Thoughtseizes? Give me a break, dude. It's so ridiculous, man. There goes to Fairy. Yeah. Yeah, pretty goddamn annoying, to say the least. Alright, let's play this. Maybe we can hit a Day's Undoing. That is not a Day's Undoing. Or another Verdict, which would have been good too. Go. Could pick up Kahira, I guess, but I'd rather just leave up Counterspell. I think I just have to Counterspell this. That is way too good. Hopefully opponent is an idiot and sacks this Dothy off to put a Tef into play. They might just be leaving up Counterspell. I'm not going to fetch. Bro, this is not real. This is so unbelievable. I've been Thoughtseized 4 times. Alright, my opponent's a moron. That's helpful. Oh, never mind. That makes sense. Never mind, opponent's not a moron. Sure. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I'm going to cast it. Probably. I actually may fetch now. I think I'm going to. Leave up the Triome here. Okay. You just have to say go, unfortunately. Leave up Counterspell. Next turn, things can get kind of good. I mean, I'm not getting Thoughtseized many more times. In fact, it'll be 0 more times. They can grief me. But, yeah, unfortunately, I just have to let this hit. It's not ideal, but I need to hard cast Solitude this game. Sure, at least they can't cast it, I guess. I will be counterspelling this. I need another... Oh, that's really awkward. Maybe I don't actually counterspell this. I really need another white land. Ooh, that's pretty awkward to say the least. I guess I can just go Tef, bounce your token, draw a card, and then play Solitude. It's so awkward, but I think that makes sense. Yeah. Should have waited till end step to do this, obviously, but here we are. Yeah, it's classic. 18 cards, 4 Thoughtseizes, double Fable, all that makes sense. All that seems super realistic. I could Narset and just try to hit a Verdict. I mean, they really can't beat the second Verdict here very well at all. It also shuts off Chapter 2 of Fable. Maybe that's a real play. I don't know. Teferi bounce Shaman is still pretty damn good. And then just, like, solitude them in combat. Maybe, yeah. It's close. If we hit Verdict, we get super paid off. I don't know. The Teferi's, like, kind of good, right? Because it's a guaranteed... They can't interact with it. So I'm going to be able to kill Goblin and then exile Goblin, block Ragavan, gain some life. Then I can Narset them next turn. I think it's, like, really close, honestly. I think I'm going to go Tef, but I don't care that much about it. Okay, that's a pretty good draw, too, actually. I'm going to play this go. The problem is the Narset just... If I don't hit Verdict, we probably just lose. Going for that play. Scares me quite a bit. They might have to send everything at Teferi here. If they want Teferi dead, they probably have to send everything at it. I mean, I guess they could Bowmaster the Teferi. Okay, you're in combat. It does, yeah. Me. Okay. I think it's Eat Grief, block Ragavan. I cannot believe they didn't kill Tef. This is pretty interesting. Maybe they just have a Bowmaster or a Fury. Fury would make some sense. God, that's so annoying. Well, now they take Narset. Yep. Plus... Play this go. Oh, we have to find the second Verdict. Pretty much gonna be like my only out. Both and me, huh? I wonder if I just, like, don't even ending this, because Verdict is pretty much the only out. I'm trying to think of other outs that I might have. It's Solitude. Solitude's really messed up. Yeah, I really don't know. I think I'm going to let the damage happen. Maybe that's stupid. I have no idea. We'll do this. gives me another draw step in theory. They're probably just like gonna Fury me, but they didn't Fury me last turn, so they would have had to draw it this turn, which they did draw it, I guess. Maybe they wouldn't have Furied last turn, I don't know. Definitely the downside to that play. Now they can, yep, alright. Pretty gross. Opponent hand hate spelled me 6 times in the top 20 cards of their deck. Drew all 4 Thoughtseize. And double grief. Must be nice. Must be frickin' nice. Alright, well. Veil of Summer's gotta be good. Hollowed Moonlight, probably pretty good. Don't really like Force of Negation. I think Subtlety is good, though. Yay Modern? That's right, Ginger Brute. Yay Modern. You know, Ginger Brute, I almost played 8 Blast today. It top 8'd one of the challenges. But then I thought about it, and I was like, the deck can't actually be that good. It is cool, though. Oh, it's fun. I definitely agree it's fun. Spell Pierce is probably pretty weak here. Purge is actually very good in this matchup, so let's bring that in. Kind of want to do something like this. Dress Down, probably pretty medium too. Like, what if we bring in maybe like a Hollowed Moonlight? Is Hollowed Moonlight good against the stack? Stops the scam nonsense. Dress Down might just be better. Huh. Aether Gust could be okay too. It's a way to deal with Fury and Fable. Well, it just exiles the creature, right? But it's too slow. I mean, it'll stop like the mid-rangey scam nonsense. I'm just going to bring in a Gust. Let's see how the Gust does. Gust is a way to beat Blood Moon too, which could be good, I guess. Yeah, I'm going to keep. It's not the best hand ever, but I do think it's a keep. It's been an unfortunate... So it's been interesting. I feel like every game we've cast Bean on 2, we've won. And every game we haven't, we've lost. I guess we may have cast it pretty early against Yogg, too. Or it wasn't Yogg, it was Heliod combo. We did lose that game, but I played bad that game. Alright, go. Not great. Not what I love to see. I think I am going to fetch the Triome, but... to make these bindings 1 mana. And we just need to rip a land, and then we can Narset. Pretty good. Go. Well, that's very unfortunate for me. I actually think I'm going to counterspell this. Just super weird, but I do not want this in play at all. I guess I have binding. Maybe I just, I'm going to let this go. Whatever. I can deal with this. It's fine. What up, Bambino? How you doing, man? I am, yes. Yes, I am. Alright, I think I want to counterspell this. Go. This is super frustrating. Your turn, opponent. Yeah, Grixis is definitely something I thought about playing today too, actually, but I'll take 2. No, Andrew, I think I'm just going to Pioneer tomorrow, hopefully. Monkey. Yeah, Monkey's A-okay. Oh, okay, so I'm going to bind the Monkey. Yeah, that's fair. This is not a good one for me to play on MTGO at all. Dude, this is so frustrating. Go ahead. The thing is, they are pretty low on cards. We do have a pretty reasonable chance to still win this game, funny enough, but... Alright, I'm going to Veil. I guess. What if I go respond to this Binding Bowmaster cast Veil? I kind of like that. That has to make sense. Okay, go ahead. This is so stupid, man. This is so frustrating. It's unreal. It's absolutely unbelievable. Go ahead. I am just going to die to a Blood Moon now, too. It's just super frustrating, but... Ah, yes. Thoughtseize, of course. Yep. Then I wouldn't die to Blood Moon? Yeah, I mean, we've got plenty of basics in our deck. Alright. Well, that was finally a good draw, I guess. It's a very awkward spot to be in right now. I think I have to go get... God, dude. Ugh. What do I have to go get? Island? Island can't cast Verdict is the problem, and casting Verdict probably going to be pretty relevant. Could just go get Temple Garden, pick up Kahira, and then I'll deal with their Goblin by pitching Kahira to Solitude. I think that is likely the play. Could get a Hallowed Fountain too, but Yeah, I guess Hollowed Fountain might actually make more sense. Pick this up. Go. So awkward to have to fetch there, but I think I don't really have a choice. Unfortunately. So I think I just have to do this. I don't think anything else makes much sense. I'm just going to have 6. Oh my god. Go ahead. Yeah, I mean, I have no idea how I win this game. I guess I have to top deck Island. Not good, DBZ. We beat the shit out of 4-color, and we've lost everything else. But I haven't played the best. We, like, lost to Scales and Heliod combo, which is kind of unfortunate. Well, theoretically, I am not dead. So I guess we live to fight another day here. I'm going to Prismatic Ending the army. And then... yeah. Okay, do this. Go. Solitude Pitch Verdict now. Deal with that reflection. Yep. Now I have even less of an idea how I get out of that. I mean, I guess just an answer to the Bowmaster, I suppose. Well, that is an answer to the Bowmasters. Go ahead, opponent. Theoretically not dead. We play on. I will Veil. Okay. Sure. Binding. I have to draw another. I have to draw the 4th binding. That's my only out. Let's hope I can do it, I guess. Nope. Oh, that was a bad prelim. Holy shit. Oh, man. All right, so I kind of want to run that back, but just with different cards. I really hate how slow this deck is, too, on Moto. This is like a really annoying one to play, but I do feel like I need to get games in. White Bean in our set. So what did we think of things? Do we want to? There are definitely some cards we don't have to play. I think Spell Pierce is good. I mean, we played against a lot of matchups where it wasn't good, but I said I think Purge is garbage. I'm cutting these. Yeah, I don't know. It's tough. I kind of want to add that the 2-mana artifact that says creatures can't be activated, but at the same time, like, we're blue-white control. We should be good against creature decks. Like, is that card actually necessary? If I would have played that match better, would we have won? Ginger Brute. It's just for burn. It's like just for burn. We could play one. I think at my locals, I want to play 2 timelies, but maybe on Moto, I don't need to. But I kind of want to play the deck as close to what I will be playing this weekend as possible. And I think there will be 2 timely in my deck. Like, Burn is just a deck people play at RCQs, man. Is Blossoming Calm just better? Maybe, because that one's, like, good against Scam, I guess, kind of. Yeah, I could buy Calm being good. We played 2 Calms, maybe. Maybe we don't play Veil of Summer anymore, then. Because Calm kind of is good where Veil would be good too, right? So maybe we don't need Veils anymore. I'm not really worried. That enchantment is so unlikely to be in play against our binding ending deck, but if they, and I would bring in Wear Tear against them probably too, honestly. I might bring in the one of. But anyway. Alright, we could try not. We'll play no Veils then. I want another Wear Tear. For Saga decks. Maybe we just play a 3rd Verdict. We wanted Verdict a lot in that prelim. So maybe I just play a 3rd Supreme Verdict in the side. And then maybe I play one of that artifact that says people can't activate their creatures. Or Cursed Totem. Isn't it Totem? I think it's Cursed Totem or something. Yeah. So maybe we try this. The End? That's kind of cool. Two less for life total. Exile target creature, Planeswalker. AKA Rhinos. That's right, Andrew. We really should. No, I actually think I'm going to play blue-white this weekend. I think Narset lines up really well into the format. Like, even though our results weren't great in that prelim, I think we played badly. Literally, we played bad twice in 2 of our games, certainly. I may have kept a hand I shouldn't have kept in Game 2 against Scales. We should have left up Otawara. Even though they did have the way to beat it anyway, we were very foolish to not leave it up. We know they had Snakeskin Veil because they were also streaming, and someone said afterwards, but, like, we still should have played better. So, I mean, we were going to lose that Game 3 regardless, so, like, whatever, but we still could have played better. My match 3 against Heliod combo, I just didn't play around them having a Cauldron at all, which is just me not being used to playing that matchup. But we should have main phased the Solitude, hit their Delighted Halfling, and then we had Force of Negation for either Collected Company or the stupid artifact. Would have been really good. So a bit of a mistake on our part. But, alright, I think we're going to try this again. And we're just going to go play a league with this. With the changes that we have made. Never plays bad. No, that's not true. The deck I supplied is not valid in this league. What? Oh, I think I know what the issue is. Drop this. I can't edit it while I'm in this, probably, is my assumption. What is going on? Why can I not enter this league? Yeah, Beanstalk is broken in this deck. Why can I not join? What is going on here? It says I have all the cards. Did they finally get rid of the... Can I finally... Do I have to actually rent cards from Mana Traders finally? Is the pass over? It says I have all the cards, though. Shouldn't it say that I don't have the cards? It wasn't over this morning. I've literally been using the pass. No. No. Actually, hold on. That might be a lie. Am I in a Pioneer League? No. 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 I just have been using the pass until now. I used it last Friday, Thursday. It just didn't go away. But maybe now it finally registered that I shouldn't have it anymore. That would make sense. Like if I close down Moto and reopen it. You're banned. I'm actually Daybreak Games. Freeze. Look, man. I didn't do anything. They're the ones who are giving it to me. Stealing from Wizards of the Coast. Yeah, I don't know. Whatever. I guess we'll close this and we'll reopen. Operating a deck without a license. It's funny. Alright, let's move this over. Let's re-log in. No. No, I didn't read about that. We'll see if... I assume that had to be the issue. Yeah, okay. Now I don't have anything. Alright. Well, I guess I have to go rent cards. It's pretty annoying. So give me a second here, chat. Oh. Mana traders. Deck builder. Clear this. Upload. Choose file. Blue white bean narset. Upload. Looks good to me. And then I just have to log into this other account again for the first time in like weeks. Apparently that's the issue. I see. Okay. Huh. Weird. Really, really weird. We'll be back to action here in a few minutes, chat. Sorry about this. If I would have known this was going to happen, I just would have rented this morning, but what are you going to do? I'm happy we at least got through the prelim without having to do it, I guess, but now it's annoying that we have to do it now. Probably would have worked out better, honestly, if I just would have rented this morning, but like I said, didn't know this was going to happen. 55% of the way. All right, things are rented. Come on. There we go. Full trade, accept. Oh, god dang it. I didn't... Frickin' A. I didn't save the updates. One sec. I'm gonna... God damn it. I'm gonna cancel this trade. Clear all the requested cards. And we need to update... Blue white bean narset. Okay, it did save the changes, but I need to export this, save it here, which I didn't do, then go to deck builder, then rent. Okay, try this again. Okay. Rent. Good. Alright, those are on the way. Another card we could try playing in this deck too is the One Ring. I feel like right now our only real card advantage is up the Beanstalk. It's a little suspect. Might want a little more than that. There are many, many ways to build this deck. We could do the Ren Omnath package. There's tons of things that we could do. Alright, full trade list. I mean, I guess we do just hard cast Lorien revealed. That's kind of real card advantage too. It's a lot of mana though. So a little bit awkward, but Can do it at instant speed if we have a Tef in play, which is nice. We did have that come up once. Okay. Okay, so we got all that. Now I need to trade. A single copy of March of Otherworldly Light could be a good sideboard card too, honestly, but... Alright, I think that's everything we're going to need, because we play, what, 2 islands, 1 plains, and a forest? Yeah, March is, like, very good with Bean, too. So it's certainly possible it should be somewhere in the 75. I don't know. I honestly am probably going to run this deck like once a day, every day this week, to just try and figure out how I want to build this. Probably talk with a lot of other blue-white players about how they would build it too. I will try George's build with the rings instead of Beans. But Bean just kind of feels insane in this deck to me. Alright, let's try again. Modern League, in we go. Not good, Mikey. We lost to Heliod Coco in round 3, and we lost to Scam in round 4. So we went 1-3. Only win was against 4-color. Now, to be fair, I did build this deck to beat 4-color. This is supposed to be a 4-color killer. And we did do that, so that's good. Just kind of need to learn from our losses and try and improve. I do think the sideboard was pretty weak. The new cards we're trying hopefully will be good. I'm not Jabber, but that's kind of hilarious, actually. Terminus with Up the Beanstalk is pretty cool. Then I mean, at the point we're playing Terminus, I would highly recommend to play them at F&M. Nice. We got to get some JTMS in our deck, too, at that point. All right, let's try and bounce back. We had a bad prelim. Let's see if we can have a better run here. Talked about Rest in Peace being an interesting sideboard card too. I think this hand is like fine, pretty awkward, but I do think it's okay. I am gonna keep. They're on a mulligan. Sure. Could be 4-color. Okay, that's a lot of Lorien revealed. My goodness. All right, let's do this. And then we're going to cycle a Lorien. Yep. Okay, so is this Murktide? This must be Murktide. Oh, it's... Okay. Living End. Living End makes sense. Oh, we have an okay hand against Living End. We have forced counterspells, so... maybe that's good. Sure. Well, immediately wish I had Veil of Summer back instead of Blossoming Calm, but what are you going to do? Alright, Hollowed Fountain, Cycle the Lorien. Go get probably Breeding Pool. I think I'm going to get Breeding Pool on this one. Maybe. I mean, I'm going to want to get Triome at some point. It's certainly not yet. I need an untapped land here. It's just Steam Vents, actually. I think I like Steam Vents, because then I can get Zagoth Triome later. That makes sense. Okay. Alright, shock myself. Go ahead. It's just kind of funny, honestly. Go ahead. Should have cut the forest. Should I actually have cut the forest? I don't know that I should have. But I guess that's a good point. Could just play, like, another Shockland, I guess. I believe I cycle a Lorien here. If they Violent Outburst, I can force a negation. Yeah, I guess that's a good point. He was playing it for Omnath reasons. Well, it's kind of nice against an aggressive deck to be able to tutor up Forest with, like, a Misty, right? And play Bean on 2. But maybe it is bad, I don't know. What do I want to grab here? Island? Probably want a white source, actually. So it might need to get the Rawfren. So we do want to be able to cast a Verdict. Could also cycle this one, but I don't know if I'm supposed to. Maybe I am. I'm just going to untap. Well, Teferi here is insane. I think I just cast Teferi and make them do the thing. Play this. Draw go? You like draw go here? Did they only have 2 creatures? I feel like I'm supposed to just play Tef. Because this isn't even that good. Like, now I just bounce their Ent back to their hand. Good morning, man. How you doing? Inohara. Yeah, go ahead. What? Let's see. 3. Let's set the over-under at, I guess, 3.5. Yeah, I've been close to timing out, though, for being honest with ourselves. Alright, binding. That unfortunately doesn't do anything. Play this. Cast Narset. Force of negation this. It would. Well, no, it's games. Games, not like entire matches. Let's try and draw 3. Okay. Sure. The forest was gonna look awkward. Oh, sure, Hinar. Yeah, I'm an idiot. Just don't worry about it. All right. Well, they click through combat. That's kind of dumb. Yeah, the 3-mana 5/5 hexproof is indeed doing some work. All right, that's interesting. How do we want to play this? I think I just, like, play this, pass. They attack for 5. I actually might let it hit me. And then I just flash in a Solitude. Yeah, it's fine. Sure. I'll take 5. Actually, I don't think I'm supposed to fetch here either. Guess I can go get another Triome. Maybe I go get the other Triome, actually. Yeah, let's go get the other Triome. Triumph. Okay. Now, let's play this. Attack for 3. It's kind of funny. Them F6ing might actually cost them this game. Something that's not going to resolve. I guess they could have Otawara. That's so annoying, man. Alright. It's very lame, but whatever, I guess. Now we have to flash it in and block. Yeah, at least Otawara is not in their hand. I mean, that's a good point. Yeah, I mean, I definitely still think there's a shot here. We've got to find one of our verdicts. Play 2 of them. But a verdict could be quite good. Wait, they didn't even put Living End on the stack? I guess I just counterspell this. I mean, it might kill me. Alright, now I'm going to play Tef. The fact that they didn't even put a Living End on the stack there is pretty interesting. I wonder if they have one in their hand, too. I think just play Tef. Ah, I see. Okay. So, do I actually let the Living End resolve here? I get a Solitude back. I mean, this is, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They get 6 creatures back. I get to Solitude one of them, Binding one of them, to F bounce one of them. Huh. Pitch subtlety here? Oh, to just get subtlety back too? Yeah. That kind of makes sense. I'm kind of down for that. Okay, so we need to, what, Solitude... Yeah, that's fair. What 3 things do we want to deal with? Probably Oilfont, Street Wraith, the Waker. Okay. And then we're unsummoning Wraith, I assume. Wraith is unblockable, so... Sure. Go. Okay. Beginning of combat, a binding. Yep. Okay. Okay. Amulet Titan stream when? Not anytime soon. I've done it before. Okay, hit this. No attacks? That does not seem like a winning line, but I'll take it. Sure. Sure. Kind of wish I would have pitched Counterspell instead of Lorien revealed to the Subtlety. I think we made a mistake on that. I think I should have kept the Lorien revealed. cannot believe our opponent didn't attack. It's shocking to me that they would not attack in this position. I am going to fetch. Grab this thing. Get another white land in there. Okay, plus, play this. Go ahead. That stupid Ent has reach, so we need to just be patient. Counterspell will be maybe good here, I guess. I'm going to counterspell this. I cannot believe we might win this game. This is unreal. At me? This is not it. It's still not it. I'll double block. Easy double block. I don't really care which one they kill either. Sure. Now we have a clock. Not a great draw. Yeah, I'm disappointed how they played this. Yeah, you should be. It was not played well, that is for sure. Not a clean game from our opponent at all. Sure, I'm just gonna fetch. Tap breeding pool. I'm gonna have 6 to save time. Dude, what? This attack is nonsense. I'll block. Can I afford to lose my TEF? I mean, I have double force and negation. I probably can't afford to lose my TEF, honestly. We could just bounce the Curator and then get in for 7. Yeah. I like that, too. Okay. I've seen, what, 1 Narset? Go ahead. Come on, Narset. 1 time. Sure. That's a little unfortunate. Or a Verdict. Narset, Verdict. Come on, give me something here. Do I block with Kahira here too? Probably not. Probably just here. I have so many answers to a Curator. I think I just do it this way. There we go. It's pretty good. Easy. Yeah. Pretty good. Let's cast this Days Undoing, I guess. Because now I've got block, block. It's probably cast Days Undoing, right? Yeah, I have to imagine. So many good hits here. Don't make you play this instead. Yeah. Guess I could have attacked with Subtlety. That was actually an awful... Well, it's not the worst. Wait, it is the worst. Yeah, I die. Wow. Did I play that wrong? Was I supposed to minus the Narset? Like... Yeah, maybe I was supposed to minus Narset, huh? Not gonna lie, I kind of forgot I couldn't minus Narset after Days Undoing. I forgot it just ended the... Yeah. Well, that sucked. Scam confirmed. I mean, that's just another example of me playing bad. To be fair, our opponent also played bad, but... Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Flusterstorm is good. Yeah. Yeah, the Moonlights want to come in too, for sure. Dress Down seems awful. Am I just cutting some bindings here, probably? Just go to, like, one binding. Subtlety's still good, right? Because it's a good check to Grief. They probably want something like this. Yeah, Gingerbread, it wasn't only Verdict either. Binding, Prismatic Ending, all of it was really good. So that was pretty trash. I'm just going to do this. It's still pretty good, right? We still have 9 ways to trigger it. And at the end of the day, it's still just a redraw. Yeah, what did we do that turn? We flashed in Solitude. Levi, yeah, I do. Let me see if I can... Let me try to put it on the cardboard live real quick for you. Oh, it wasn't working? Okay. Let me do it after this match, because I'm already low on clock. Do I keep the Chalice hand? I think I'm going to be greedy and keep. Mainly just because we don't have time to think about it. Alright, go. Our hand is just infinity answers to Living End, so yeah, land, yeah. Land would be nice. For sure. Need multiple of them, honestly. Okay, it's pretty good. Shock this in. I'm not gonna lie, I may just cast Hallowed Moonlight as a redraw. to try and hit this Narset. Sure. I could just counterspell this. I'm just going to counterspell this. Screw this. Not today, pal. Oh no, I can't cast that. I'm just going to do this now. Okay, go. Try Narset. Just gonna hit the F6 button. Sure. Never mind. I'm not gonna hit the F6 button. Thought it was gonna get countered, but clearly, I mean, if it does get countered, they at least have to pitch now. Unless they have dispute, they could have dispute. Okay, F6. Go. Architects of Will gets pitched. It's fine. Sure. They're only up a minute on me, so if we play quickly, we still hopefully will be okay. Dude, I hate these free cards on Moto. It's so stupid. I just, like, can't... Oh, man. Hardcast Grief here would be pretty brutal. Oh, I hadn't even clicked the no possible play yield all yet anyway, I guess. Maybe I had, but I turned off auto yields at one point. Draw. Well, that's pretty good. Free spells. Fair. I'm going to play Narset here. I'm going to take the Tef. Don't have a lot of time to think about stuff. It's a little awkward, but... I'm just going to F6 again. Let's just not lose time. There's like no way I'm solituding here. Sure. Okay, they just want a 2-2. You got it. 2-2's good. 2-2 is good. I'm going to take a Lorien revealed, I think. Cast Tef. Okay, I'm going to unsummon this. Probably should have cycled this first, but that's fine. Let's go up the beanstalk. Go. I'm just going to have 6. I have no idea what made you pick this deck to play in a prelim. Mac, dude, I just thought it was good, man. I thought the deck made sense, so I just wanted to try it. I played Control last week in a prelim too, and this format's a little different, though. There are way more free spells, so... Whatever. Somehow I'm, like, going to catch my opponent on clock in this game, which is kind of unbelievable. 100% timing out. Yeah, this one's... Whatever. The reason, Mac, is I'm probably playing this weekend at an RCQ, so I just wanted to get games in with it. You'll time out there, too? Well, we'll see. I'll just win a bunch of games 101. It's fine. Go. Have fun. A pretty hard hand for them to beat. You get to go up the Beanstalk again, and then Solitude. Their Grief, draw 2 off the Solitude. They've got to probably take Solitude, but Lorien Revealed is just 5 mana, draw 5, so they're probably not beating that either. They take the Beanstalk. Let's go, dude. My hand is just filled with ringers. Oh, yeah. Let's go. I'm just going to get the basic forest because it's funny. There's no other reason. Plus here, cast Beanstalk. Cast this, trigger the beans, draw 2 cards. Yep. Eat your thing, attack you for 3. Mac. Hopefully I top 8 so it can be like the longest top 8 of all time. Oh, man. Best part is, it doesn't look like I'm going to be the one to time out here. Hit the F6 button. Yep, you've got a 4/4. Draw some cards off these beans. Yep. We'll leave up Counterspell here, I suppose. Did I plus Tef? I don't even know if I plus Tef. It just doesn't matter at all. I'm just going to leave up Counterspell here, Mikey. Yeah, nah. I don't even need to counter this, but I'm going to. Yeah, we can add our player now. I agree. And combat. Okay. Classic 24-point swing there. All right, well, that was fun. Going up the beanstalk. It's a real fun time. That is true. That is an upside to Forest. I mean, I think the biggest upside to Forest is games where you like play against Burn and you want to cast up the beanstalk on turn 2. You're about to log into opponent's account and time me out. Rude, man. Very rude, very rude, Mac. It's not cool, dude. Well, I think we just run this back. I mean, seems fine. This hand is kind of awkward, but I do think I'm gonna keep. Don't make it seem like the Forest is good. This is a keep, right? We've got Counterspell Verdict. I think it's fine. It's kind of bad in Grief, but... that was really good. Alright, things look a lot better now. Probably just want to hold up Veto. Yep. That's a good one, too. Now I can just Flusterstorm them, so I don't even need to hold up Veto. Two Griefs on turn 3? Yeah, that would be pro behavior. You got it, opponent. Do I just counterspell this Grief? No, that doesn't make any sense. No, this is fine. You got it. Yeah, our hand is very tough to crack. Yeah, Veto Flusterstorm is just disgusting. Like, they just kind of can't really get through it right now. They will, like Chainsaw said, they need another Grief. Yeah, trying my best to throw. Yep, you got it, opponent. Alright, we don't need to play that right now. I kind of want to hit my land drops. I guess shocking this makes sense, and I leave up... No, I don't want to shock. I guess I just want to play this that leaves up Counterspell and Flusterstorm. Yeah, that makes sense. Go ahead. All right, see you, man. So I just cast Counterspell here, right? Or is this cast Fluster? Counterspell? All right. Okay. And now we get to Narset, leave up Fluster. That's interesting. It's not great, but... I'm going to just take another Verdict. Yo. Okay. Okay. Go. I guess I subtlety this. And now they just don't have pressure. That was nice of them, I agree. To not even attack first is just awesome. Good work, opponent. The problem is they're so low on time, like, they're worried about their clock. They're not thinking about the correct ordering of things, you know? That's pretty good. I'm going to buy Kahira. Again, I have not been impressed with the play here. Yeah, it has not been great. Pass. I don't need to attack. Architects is good. What was F6? Pretty easy F6 spot. No, I don't. That seems good. Let's cast this. Combat attack for 4. Sure. Pay 2, yep. Okay, Narset is dead. See you later, Narset. That's pretty good. Combat. 7 you. Uh-huh. I'll spell pierce. Can you ask what draw would not be pretty good here? That's fair. You're right, Chainsaw. There's nothing that wouldn't be pretty good here. Even Forest looking nice. Yeah, you're not wrong. Forest would be great. Literally any. You're right. Every draw on the deck is gas. There's just not a single card that's bad there. All right. Well, that was a weird match. Who would have guessed I'd be winning via the clock? To be fair, we're actually going to attack for lethal right there, but the clock was a big reason they played so poorly in Game 3. I mean, just the sequence, letting me get that subtlety was just nonsense. It was so bad. To be fair, I guess they probably didn't expect subtlety, but, I mean, that just ruined everything. They, like, time-walked them. They had no attacks. It was just unbelievable how bad that was. Opponent must be a paid actor to be down on time. Alas that I'm playing Modern. Yeah, I wanted to play the prelim today. The qualifying season is Modern right now. I think I'm playing Blue-White Control this weekend, so I wanna get games in. I don't usually play this deck. I've already made, like, multiple mistakes today, so definitely a deck I need to get games in with. Just not used to this. And I need to be able to make decisions in like a fairly reasonable time frame too, which... So we just need to get games in, is the moral of the story. But Narset has been pretty sweet. I've liked Narset. The third verdict coming in clutch in that match, so that was nice. I think the third verdict board's probably just good. Maybe George is right to just main deck 3, but... Yeah, I'm snapping this. The question is, do I want a Lorien revealed on 1? I don't think I want to do it on 1. We're going to get a Triome. Probably just going to wait on this for a little bit. Go ahead. Basic Island. Is this Merfolk? This is Merfolk. Alright, sure, man. Yep. Triome. What's the matchup versus Scam like? I think we're favored, but I don't know for sure. Huh. I think it might be time to start going up the beanstalk. Time for some beans. I think we go get, I guess, Breeding Pool now. A little bit awkward. I obviously wanted to get Triome. And, like, maybe I just go ending this and then still just go get Triome and the next turn go Beanstalk Binding. Actually, that is probably a way better sequence. Okay, let's do that. Zogoth doesn't produce white, so no, I don't think so. Then I would have had to, like... No, I definitely don't think that was better, but... Maybe I'm wrong, I don't know. Okay. What a jerk. What a jerk. Still get this. Alright, now we have to think a little bit about how we want to do things. I guess I still just probably go up the Beanstalk, and then I can cycle this Lorien Revealed to go get Steam Vents, potentially, or just another white land. Although, I don't actually have another blue-white land. So that's a little awkward. I could just Tef bounce the Tide Shaper. Like, what are they going to do? Pay 2 more mana and replay a 2-2? That's kind of awful. That's a really bad use of their mana. I actually think I might do that. Because that is literally a horrendous use of their resources. It's terrible. Yep, that's true too, actually. Yeah, that's a good point. Go ahead. So Sphaloon, maybe? Regery. Well, that is absolutely going to eat a binding. Probably want to cycle this Lorien Revealed, but... I do just get to draw, like, 2 cards here. Do I just keep it in my hand? I mean, it is a very nice spell to have access to here. It's kind of awkward, though. Once I don't cast it, I've kind of committed to not casting it, or cycling it. So maybe I do just have to cycle. Probably do just have to cycle. And get... Could just, like, get Basic Island. Basic Island seems pretty reasonable. This untap any permanent? Yeah, it can. Okay. Alright. Let's cycle this. Off of this. That makes sense. I mean, we could Beanstalk and Binding still anyway, but... Because Zuggoth taps for green, but... Breeding Pool probably makes sense. Because they can cut me off green with the Tide Shaper that we know is in their hands. You're probably right. Let's go up the Beanstalk. Always yield to this. It's pretty nice. Cast this. Trigger the bean. Eat your thing. That's pretty nice too. Beans, beans, beans. Go ahead, opponent. Your turn. Force of Negation could randomly matter, I guess. Thinking about them beans. We sure are. We know about them beans on this stream. Yep, you got it. Okay, so they obviously have a flash creature. Decide on an RC yet? I don't know what you mean. I think I just probably cast Teferi here and then uptick Teferi. Yeah, it's way, way far away. Can't be countered. Target non-creature spell. Okay. I'm just going to plus Teferi. And then probably binding this stupid thing as well, but we can do that on their turn. Although, drawing a land lets me play it right now. I'm just going to cast Binding. Dude, this is great. Turns out when every Doomblade in your deck is a redraw, it's pretty good. Plus, your turn. Oh my god, man. This is awesome. Absolutely awesome. Card is so dumb. Yeah, Beans is really not reasonable. Sure. Well, that one's pretty good. I guess we just do that on my opponent's turn. I'm going to plus Tef and say go. If they fire this up, I just verdict the shit out of them. Go. Settle the wreckage time. Yeah, it's a real shame it doesn't draw me a card off Beans. Yeah, we really do. Or Terminus, as George was saying. Doomscar. Doomscar would probably be the one you would play because it has Foretell. It's a much more acceptable card, I think, than Fumigate. Yep. Pretty rude, opponent. Yeah, it's fine. You may begin combat. Just gonna Binding the Master. That's pretty good. They just want to cast that thing, honestly. Like, I don't even think I want to cycle this. Why do I have to Binding the Tideshaper? Oh, to be able to cast Verdict? I guess. I think that's okay, though. I don't know, maybe you're right. And maybe I do cycle this because of Narset. I actually am going to Island cycle this. Let's just grab a basic. Alright, well, now we're good. That can get Temple Garden. Easy. Yup. Easy. Go. Chainsaw. Oh, it's so funny, man. It's so funny. Yep, you got it, opponent. That shock verdict you. Yep, Harbinger is A-okay. Thank you very much, appreciate it. Alright, let's Narset minus before we make any decisions here. Another verdict ain't too bad. I think I probably just bounced the Harbinger. It's pretty good. Pick this up. Your turn. Sure. Could have forced that, but I think that's pretty unnecessary. We have a million. We still have another ley line and a bunch of endings to deal with it. They did decide to play Merfolk. Yeah, this is just kind of what they deserve, isn't it? I mean, yeah. Nice. We know they have a Harbinger still. Oh, there's the... Yeah, it seems good. Let's minus this. Okay. Well, we're going to take Lorien Revealed. I'm going to plus this. I think I'd probably cycle this. We could hardcast it, I guess, to draw 4, but I think I kind of just want to hit lands. Go. I'm honestly just going to counterspell this. It's kind of funny, but I don't want any of that Aether Vial silliness going on. That's rude. I guess I'll lose my Teferi. Very unlucky. Well, that seems okay. Something seems fishy over here. I agree. Go ahead, opponent. Time for a supreme verdict. The verdict is in. So, how does this... So it'll all resolve at the same time. So they're trying to draw an extra card, but I have an R set, so they won't actually get to draw. Alright, I'm just going to verdict. Okay. Someday I'll draw one of my 4 Solitudes. I've actually seen 0 so far. They're coming. Let's keep going up the beanstalk while I'm at it. Let's go ahead and probably just bounce this thing. Okay, well, we can bounce it again. Play another beanstalk. There we go. Go ahead. I guess I play my land at this point. I just don't need to. Wear shorts. 55. Resolves. Resolves. Trigger the beans. Let's draw 2 cards. Eat this thing. I'm honestly just going to cast this for X equals a bunch to draw 2 cards. Oh, this is ridiculous, man. Let's go up the beanstalk. Do have to be careful, I guess, to not deck myself. Honestly, playing that may have been bad, but I don't even care. This is too funny. It's just absolutely hilarious. I guess the thing is, I'm never decking because of Days Undoing, so eat this. Play this. Combat, attack. It's going to discard some counter spells, I guess. Probably Flooded Strand. Flooded Strand counterspell, I guess, is what I'm going to get rid of. Nice. Okay. Well, there's the Days Undoing. Combat. Oh, it's plus here. I'm just going to play land and say go. resolves. Actually, you know what? Counterspell. Let's counterspell you. Got another Solitude inbound. Which is lethal and will draw me 3 cards. So this is just, we are living the dream. Timing out will really suck if it happens, but this is just so funny. Good try, opponent. Playing fish was a good effort. You haven't won the match yet, but I'm feeling pretty good here. 9 you. On to game 2 we go. Okay. It's been garbage time since the game started. Oh, man. That's great. All right, third verdict. Wear Tear is interesting in the sense that it deals with Aether Vial, and Vial is one of their better cards, but might just not be good enough. I definitely want the 4th ending. Spell Pierce blows. Force of Negation sucks, too. Hottest weather to still wear a jacket? It's an interesting question. I don't know, like... I usually take mine off right around when I start wearing shorts, so probably around 55, 60 is when I'm not wearing a jacket anymore. Probably 55, man. I mean, I set my house to like 63, like in the summer, the AC. So certainly not wearing a jacket in my house. So yeah, I would say like 55. I'm going to bring in all Wear Tear. This is also me talking in the middle of summer. If you asked me in the winter, well, I guess it's not the middle of summer anymore. But regardless, my answer might change if it were colder, I guess. Very cold-blooded person. Yeah, I guess so. All right, let's try and win a little faster this time. I've got a Lorien revealed. I think I keep this. A lot of answers, counterspell. I'm fine with this hand. This is probably going to get Temple Garden and then go get Hallowed Fountain. That way they can't cut me off white mana. Or Bindings will be a little sus this game, but that's okay. Temple Garden also gives me green for Bean, which seems good too. Okay, run a mold 6. It's helpful, I guess. Sure. Sure. I'd likely just ending this immediately. I think I'm going to. Okay, and like I said, this is going to get Temple Garden. Goop. That's kind of good. Just play this tap, say go. Yeah, I just wear shorts all the time, man. I even wear shorts in the winter. Yeah, like, it's like pretty common, actually, for me to do that. Yeah, that's fine. Shoveling shorts, yeah, I have done that. This is the thing I've done. Let's flash. Probably Rawford Triome, and then just get an actual island off this one. Maybe not. Maybe I actually still just want to get a Triome. Triome, Prismatic ending this for 2. I don't hate that. Get Triome, ending for 2. Seems okay. But then I can't cycle. No. Because I want to cycle this, more than likely. So I think it is just Island here. Narset. Okay. That one will be good at some point, but we're not there yet. Okay. Ending this. F6. Flash creature. Sure. This is getting pretty annoying. I'm going to cycle this. Kind of want to get Hallowed Fountain with this one. I know that bindings are going to be 2 mana, but, like, I just want to have 3 white sources. I think that's pretty important. Alright, well, now we can go up the beanstalk. That's kind of cool, although... VGC? No, I haven't touched VGC in quite a while. Actually, I'm just going to Narset minus here and try to find a verdict. Does that make sense? We have 3 verdicts. That kind of seems reasonable to me. I think this is right. Bit of a yikes. That is not at all what I wanted. I don't want to take damage. I don't think that's worth cycling, so I'm just going to put this in tap. Go ahead. That's very awkward. Very, very awkward. That is not at all what I wanted here. Yeah. Is there? What's the team do? Goes my Narset. Really? They send both at me? That is crazy. They just don't care about a verdict here. That is nonsense. Alright, let's minus again. Thanks for letting me impulse. Appreciate that. Leyline's Binding. Seems pretty good. It's very, very good. Let's take a Binding. Let's cast to Fairy, I guess. Probably. I could also just go... I could just go Ending and Binding here. Save to Fairy for next turn. completely hate that, actually. I kind of like it. I think that's going to be my line. Go. I actually could also just go up the beanstalk. Because then I still have Solitude available. Then I start drawing cards off all these. You know, I'm actually going to beanstalk. This is a little greedy, but it's going to be hard to lose this game if this resolves. Yeah. Go. Oh, yeah, I know what one I know what one that is. Yeah. Sock? Sock and Throw, right? Are the ones you're talking about? Sock on... God dang it, man. Every time. God damn, dude. Alright, so this happens. I think I'm supposed to Solitude and pitch to Fairy, but... Yeah, I think I need to Solitude the Trickster here. Could hit this Lord, I guess, too. God, Bean is so broken. Alright, let's just protect my life total now. It is unbelievable how insane this card is. Just turning all my Doomblades into draws is just... It's incredible. Well, that doesn't really do anything. Do you think I want to fetch? I guess we go get the green land, or the black land now. Okay, that's pretty good too. Pick this up, go. Your turn. You guys are idiots. Sure. It's pretty good. I'm just going to play this tapped and say go. I'll block. I'll cast Binding, I guess. God, this is awesome. All right, do that, hit that. That resolves. Play this. Combat for you. Go. Sure. I'll counter that. I'm just going to leave binding in my hand for now. I don't care about this. That's a good draw, too. Yeah, I'm going to send both. They block, I don't really care. Sure. Go. Sure. Just blow that up, I guess, which I will do. That's a good one. Let's cast it. That's a pretty good one, too. Opponent has had enough of all of my removal spells drawing me cards. Dude, up the beanstalk. What a stupid ass card this is, man. We, like... all I've done the entire match is remove my opponent's threats and draw cards while doing it. Just unreal, man. There was no NRG this weekend in Ohara. They had like a store RCQ, but I played an RCQ at Galactic. I didn't do amazing. I mean, I lost my first 5 die rolls, which was not great. It was a 6-round event. I lost to my buddy on Tron, Noah Heisinga, teammate. He was on Tron. I lost him in round 3, largely because I was on the draw. He went Tronland map, Tronland, third Tronland, play Wormcoil Engine. I had Field of Ruin effects, but like I was so far behind the entire game. I fielded him off tower. He just natty had second tower in hand, so he like didn't even have to pop off the map. Game 2, I kept a Thoughtseize Knight's Whisper hand with Karn and Natty Coffers. Didn't find a field effect. He had Natty Tron, 10 mana naturally. And Ulamog in hand. I chose to not take Ulamog. I took a star to like cut him off all his green and not let him redraw, hoping that I would either find Field of the Dead, or not Field of the Dead, a Field of Ruin effect, or another Thoughtseize. I did find another Thoughtseize on turn 3, but unluckily for me, he drew the second Ulamog, so I got Ulamogged on turn 4, and lost the game. So, and then round 5, I lost a scam. I like mulled to 5, thought my opponent was on Rhinos, so I like mulliganed accordingly and got really punished. Game 2, I win. Game 3, mull to 6, keep a ley line. My first 2 draws are 2 more ley lines, and I draw all lands and lose to Dolphy Voidwalker with my deck with just 1,000 removal spells. So it was really something. Anyway, Levi, if you're still here, I can pull up that mono red list. As you were talking about Reveler earlier, I think. This is where I was at with it. Granted, I made this a long time ago, so it could be different now, but this is where I was at. So if you are still here, here it is. I'll give you like 30 seconds or so, and then we're going to continue with our blue-whiting. Having a much better league than the prelim. I do think our changes have been good. The cards we've added. The third verdict has come up multiple times already. I should play the dumb deck you built. The dumb deck you built was really cool. We will do that eventually. I didn't do it today because there was a modern prelim, which I knew we were going to do, and now I just kind of want to keep playing this deck. Probably got 1 or 2 more matches in us here. It is insane how messed up the Beanstalk is. That card is just... I mean, it's like, Up the Beanstalk is why I'm playing this deck. Like, it's why we're playing Narset, is to literally shut off Up the Beanstalk against 4-color. The beans do have me hooked. Hooked on them beans. In Ahara, you can't wait to try Bean and Rhinos. Yeah, I mean, somebody top 8'd a challenge with that. It seems ridiculous, but maybe it's good. I don't know. This hand is pretty awkward. No, it should not. This hand sucks, right? Like, we can't cast Counterspell. My mana is awkward as hell. I don't know. If it's a good ending matchup, it's a fine hand. But I think this hand is bad. I'm just going to try and look for beans. Let's mulligan. Oh, yeah. All about them beans. I'm gonna just bottom a Tef here, I think. All about them beans. I guess Flooded Strand wants to probably go get... Maybe I don't even want to do anything with it yet. I could just go, like... I probably want to get the black source. I have Steam Vents in my deck, so I can get the red source that way. Fire's Incarnation and Bean. We haven't built that yet, but Kyle and I have talked about it a lot. And I know that Derek Davis was thinking about it as well. So, have people thought about it? Yes. Alright, I'm going to get the black source. Okay, it's pretty good. Let's go ahead and go up the Beanstalk. Here we go. We are going up the Beanstalk. Next turn, I may very well Teferi and bounce my Beanstalk to replay it. But for now, we're doing this. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. This is great. Absolute fire. Opponent probably playing Coffers. And if I'm playing against Coffers, pretty sure I just want to Tef unsummon the Beanstalk. A little awkward if they Thoughtseize it. So it's possible I'd just plus. Yeah, Bowmaster. I mean, yeah, we'll know if they have Bowmaster. Because they have to respond to the Tef. In that instance, I mean, we're just plussing. If they respond and flash in a Bowmaster, I'm going to plus. Maybe I don't even want to fetch with this yet. I could just shock, Tef, plus go. Seems probably fine. I think I like that. Tef. Teferi. Resolves. Okay, so that means they probably have March or Shieldred's Edict. I kind of just want to convert the Bean into 2 more cards. So I think I am going to unsummon this. They would have thought, like, they have to top deck Thoughtseize here, right? We know they don't have Thoughtseize, or it would have been used already. So I'm going to do this. Well, that's a pretty interesting draw. It's not great yet, but certainly fine. Go ahead. Shieldred's Edict. Yep, figured that was probably coming. That's fine. They basically just got 3 for 1 by this Teferi. Okay. This wants to get Jeskai Triome. Probably play this first. Yeah, I like playing this. Well, and if I draw the Jeskai Triome, that kind of sucks. I could draw a Counterspell, though, too, and I would probably want to leave up Counterspell. Alright, we're going to cast this. Problem is I want to leave up white mana here, though, too. Maybe I just don't worry about top decking a Counterspell. Just play this, get the Jeskai Triome. Yeah, I'm going to do this, get the Jeskai Triome. If I draw a Counterspell, I'm going to be a little sad, but my hand's so good that I don't know that I care. Well, that is the last land I want to tap. All about them beans. All right, go. No, dude, a blast zone? That is so lame. They can blow up my beans. That's gross. It's absolutely disgusting. All right, land go. I don't know what our opponent is doing. They're like, if they are playing coffers, it's a really weird list. This might be Yellow Hat, I think, has been playing this one for a while. It's like a mono-black scam deck, maybe? He's going to bake my beans. He sure is. At least I get to just flash this in and draw another card. It's all about them beans. So now our beans has drawn us, what, 3 cards and might strip mine my opponent too? Like, it's just insane how good up the beanstalk is. The card is so cracked. Yep. Yep. Done. That's pretty good. Combat 3U. I mean, now I'm just going to sit here. I mean, we're just going to sit here behind this Solitude. As soon as Subtlety is going to join the party, too. How you like 'em, beans? Yeah. Blood Chief's Thirst. I guess I Spell Pierce this. Spell Pierce. And then I guess I flash in a 3/3. And we continue the beating. I'm a little worried about Damnate, but I have Force, so who cares, I guess. Cast this. Cool. Combat. 6U. Play this. 6U. I could buy Kahira. Buying Kahira makes sense. It probably does. Leaving up these lands makes sense to me. Yeah, seems acceptable. Go ahead. That's rude. Now they can Fatal Push me. Okay, they concede. That's pretty wild. We'll take it, though. Alright, so they're... I mean, I assume this is Yellow Hat Mono Black Scam, but... Which I actually think Spike was the first one to do this. Pretty sure it's just like Grief, Undying Evil, Dothy, but I don't know for sure. But there's just like, can you really fit Blast Zone in your Coffers deck? Like, I don't know. Kind of weird. Blossoming Calm is probably pretty bad. I don't really know. I guess Veto is good. Veto is good. Ending is probably good. So you think they're just on the Spike Yellow Hat build? I think it's debatable, Chainsaw. I mean, they could theoretically be playing Coffers of the Blast Zone. I don't think that's impossible. It was just such a weird game. Like, that felt like... The way it played felt more like Coffers than the other build. But I have no idea. Oh, yeah, they were on Hive, too. Yeah, Urborg theoretically can make any of it work, so you could be as much of a Greed Lord as you want and still get away with things. But you're right, they're probably just scamming us. And if they're scamming us... I mean, we probably want another Verdict. Spell Pierce kind of blows. Force of Negation kind of blows. I mean, Force of Negation can stop their Undying garbage, so maybe, but probably not good. Get rid of this. Yeah, I really don't know. I think I'm going to trim a Force. Just upgrading that with a Veto. I think I'm going to do this. It's possible we want the other ending here too, but I don't think we do. I don't know. I don't even know what my opponent's doing. Let's just play another game and see. I assume you guys are right and they're... Well, we've got the beans. Andalorian revealed. We're snapping this off. Opponent, that is so rude. So rude of you. I wonder if they take the Lorien revealed. I would strongly consider it if I were them, but I would also likely just take the bean. 2 draws for me to not hit a land is insanely greedy. Yeah, they agree. Okay, cool. Go. So, the question is going to be, how do I want this all to go? I think I'm just going to get both Triomes, but we'll see what my opponent does. I think this is just go get a Triome, take a draw step. If I miss on a land again, cycle this, get the other Triome, play it, and then... But then I can't hold up Counterspell. Holding up Counterspell might be relevant. It probably is relevant, actually. Probably being a real Greed Lord to not do it. So, what do I want to do then? Hallowed Fountain, Breeding Pool. So fetch Shock, get Hallowed Fountain, then search up Breeding Pool, play Breeding Pool, pass, leave up Counterspell. They do play Bowmasters. Yeah, I know they do. Yeah, I mean, maybe we do just get the I'm going to do the Triumph thing. That was initially what my gut said to do, so that's what we're going to try. Another matchup where Blossoming Calm's a lot worse than Veil would have been, but here we are. Okay, that's not the worst. Kind of awkward. Sure. I guess I just play planes and pass. It's a little bit annoying, but whatever. I think it gives a creature fear. Target legendary creature gains fear. This is all fine. It's annoying, but it's fine. Okay. Let's go get the Jeskai one. And then let's tutor up something here. I wonder if I just get Hallowed Fountain on this. Oh no, it needs to be Breeding Pool probably. I've got double white. They just take the Breeding Pool. Alright, now what? Maybe Teferi Plus? Teferi Plus seems pretty legit to me. Could also just go Narset minus. I don't hate that either. Narset minus. Could find me a lot of things. Could just hold up Counterspell. I hate holding up Counterspell, though. I think I need to do something. I think I'm going to Narset, actually. Tap is, like, a little awkward. Narset can find us Verdict, which I would like quite a bit. I think it plays a little better into a Sheoldred's Edict, too. Alright, I'll take the Leyline Binding. Go ahead. Okay. Assume they send both at the Narset, because that would make sense. Me. Nope. Opponent, man. This is our second opponent who just says, I don't care about you impulsing with Narset. Kind of insane. Maybe they have an Edict. That would, like, kind of make sense, but... Okay, they're just going to let me impulse again, I guess. I'm into that. Thank you, opponent. Appreciate it. Okay. Probably just want to do it right now. Yeah, there's no coffers in their list, from what I can tell, at least. Alright, minus. I'm going to take Lorien Revealed. It's either a draw 3 or a land. It's probably just going to be a land, because that'll let me just start hard casting Solitudes. They're going to struggle to beat that. I think I just put this into play. Probably cast Tef plus and say go. Don't hate that. Or I could just do nothing. I can literally just do nothing. Doing nothing is, like, not that bad here at all. It also punishes a Field of Ruin because I could cast Solitude. So I guess I just say go. Really don't need to Teferi here. Okay, opponent's going to let me Solitude them. That's kind. Okay. Probably a Hallowed Fountain here. Maybe Temple Garden. Probably Hallowed Fountain, though. It's a very interesting play from my opponent. Just let me start hard casting Solitudes, but I'm super into it. Into the free mana. Okay. Okay. Sure. I might actually get Forest with this one, so I can cast Bean if I draw it. I think I want to do that. Well, funny enough, basic Forest coming up pretty huge in the match against all the Demolition Fields. Pretty funny. Do I even want to cycle this? Like, I might just want a draw 3 in my hand. I guess it gets Steam Vents. Yeah, whatever. I'm going to get Steam Vents. I'm going to probably cast Teferi and see what my opponent does now. Might want to shock this into that lets me have Counterspell available. Okay. I'm going to bounce your token, I think. Do I even give a shit about this token? This token is kind of useless. I might just plus. The token does kill my Narset. I kind of hate that. Okay, bounce this. Go. Resolves. Resolves. I'm just going to leave this up this turn. Play this, leave up Solitude. Yeah, just leave up everything. Go ahead. Next turn, we drop another Narset. Sure. It's honestly super annoying, the Murex, but... Okay, they're going to walk into this Subtlety. Let's go. I also have a Solitude, which may be better. I start gaining life. This will just, like, put it on top of their deck, though. But they can, like, Fatal Push this one. I kind of want them to draw it again. Yeah, I don't either. It seems terrible, but our opponent's doing it for whatever reason. I guess... I'm going to let this go and then just Solitude. Okay, opponent rage conceding. I mean, they know I just have a million answers to it, I guess. I mean, they literally saw me pick up the Binding. They thought seized me this game, so they know I have another Solitude. I think they know about the Counterspell, too. All right, whatever. I mean, yeah, I think I was gonna let this resolve and then Solitude eat it, and then fetch, go get the green blue black land. And then plus Teferi again, play Otawara, play Narset, leaving up Subtlety and Counterspell. Yeah, that would make sense. Beseech the Mirror. Yep. Pretty likely. Alright, well, this league's been going really well. I think the adjustments we made to the deck have been really good. The third verdict has come in every match. The Murex is just a win con. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense, too. I'm really surprised that they didn't just start activating the Murex. That was, like, an interesting game plan there. I mean, it still wasn't going to work against our hand, I highly doubt. But it was probably better than just casting the Shelly into the Solitude that they know is in my hand. And the Counterspell, and, you know, everything else. The Leyline Binding. This is one of the most embarrassing Shieldreds you'll ever see. Exclamation point deck is what you want to put in, and I'm not sure if it'll come up. I did put it in, but we've been having some issues with Cardboard Live lately that I need to get fixed. But here's the deck. We're playing blue-white control with Bean in it, basically. Reveal this. Is that hand good? I think so, but I'm not sure. I haven't played it with the ring. I'll have to try the ring, too. I think this hand's like... It's one of those hands where, like, if Spell Pierce is good, I think the hand is perfectly reasonable, but in some matchups, this hand's just going to blow. Maybe we're supposed to ship? I don't know. This hand's really close. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. I don't know. This hand is... It's so close. There are definitely some decks where I'm pretty happy with this. We got an answer to a Ren and 6 on turn 2. Got an answer to Ring, Karn. I think I'm going to try it. We can also, like, Subtlety a turn 1 Ragavan if we have to. That's so bad. I hope I don't have to do that. Yeah, that is true. And then in doing so, the deck's just way more clunky. Okay. Okay, so opponent is probably playing Hammer with this lead. I think this is fine. I think I just have to let this go. Not a very good draw. This is just going to be a draw 3 now, if I can get there. Well, this game's probably going to be tough. But games 2 and 3, I think, are going to be great. We have 2 Wear Tears. We have the 4th Prismatic. We have a 3rd Verdict. Just a lot of tools. Do I Spell Pierce this? I might actually Spell Pierce this. It's like kind of disgusting, but I think I am going to Spell Pierce this. Got the Hallowed Fountain in hand. So what land do I want to go get? Is it just a basic island? Might just be a basic, as weird as this is. I don't really want to take the damage against this deck. We've got 2 more fetches. Yeah, I'm just going to get basic. Let's put that away. That seems a little too annoying. Okay, well, apparently we're just going to draw all the lands this game. A little upsetting, but what are you going to do? Times you just keep kind of a close call hand and get punted. I mean, maybe it was just a mull, honestly. It didn't have Bean. It didn't have any of my 3-mana walkers. It kind of just sucked. It was probably just a bad keep. Probably a bad call on my part. Do I subtlety this? This card is a huge problem. Oh my god. I think I might have to subtlety this, too. I think I do. I don't think I can win if I don't subtlety this. Let's fetch. And let them have Stoneforge again, I guess. Maybe I can find Verdict. Teferi, Narset, all of that would be really good here. I'm going to get this, so I can cast Bean, theoretically. All right, let's subtlety you. All right, Teferi, Narset, Bean, something. That's better than nothing. That is certainly better than nothing. I'm just going to deal with this, I guess. It's kind of awkward, but card's a huge problem. In order to do it, I have to, I guess, get a plains here. Go. Okay, they make a thing. That makes sense. They probably go get Springleaf Drum, and then they play land and Stoneforge me, I assume, is what is going to happen. It seems quite likely. I guess they have to have a land in hand for that to guaranteed be the right play, but it just seems good to make that play here. We'll see what they do, though. Okay, that screams I have a Pure Steel Paladin in my hand, to me. Really need to draw the one of Dress Down would be super broken. Would love to find that. Love just being Leyline. Being into Leyline would be very messed up, too. Okay, that's a good start. Probably just cast this first. Because I could hit Counterspell, which could matter, obviously. It's not that bad. It's really not that bad. I'm going to play this and pass. So we'll go get the Jeskai Triome. Sure. Hey, Rosemary. Thanks a lot. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. That's really lame. It's also really lame that they're just going for this. Frustrating. Good news is I'm just dead. I'm actually just dead to them firing up Ink Moth, equipping Ink Moth, and killing me. That sucks. Alright, next game. Don't need to waste my time with this one anymore. Alright, so we just need a little bit quicker of a hand. We've got a lot of good tools in the boards. Let's bring them all in. This comes in. Verdict comes in. Wear Tears come in. Alright, what do we not like versus Hammer? Subtlety seems way slow to me. And just all in all, not good. Spell Pierce actually seems kind of real. Force of Negation's probably okay. Force might be my next worst card, though. Just looking at all this. I don't really want a 2-for-1 myself. I think that's kind of garbage. What if we just do this? I think this seems pretty reasonable to me. Yeah, I think I'm going to do this. I think this is where I want to go. Veto is, like, interesting versus them, too, but you're trading down on mana. Like, is it better than Counterspell? Probably not. Counterspell catches creatures. This one doesn't. They just want to do this. Let's try it. Spell Pierce trades evenly with them on mana, which I think makes it good enough. Alright, I'm just going to mulligan. I'm just not going to keep a mid-hand again. We're not going to lose to that twice. Alright. Oh, my mana, dude. What is this? This hand is perfect if it just had good mana. Are you kidding me? Oh. This hurts. This hand is so broken. We've got 2 beans. I think I have to go to 5. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. That mana almost could not be worse. That is so crazy. I'm going to mulligan. Yeah, I understand I can't keep. I know I can't keep. All right, well, we have Up the Beanstalk. We have Wear Tear Count. I mean, this is actually a very good hand. So the question now is, what are the 2 cards that go to the bottom? I believe it might be Counterspell Teferi. Counterspell Teferi to the bottom. I kind of like that. I've got Wear Tear for Saga. I've got 3rd land here. We've got a redraw here. And we just, like, try and find, like, Leyline's Bindings and stuff. Or more beans. More beans would be good, too. But I think that is the right play. I could see keeping Teferi instead of the Lorien. I think that's close. Lorien is also really good if I flood. Like, if I flood, it's just 5 mana, draw 4. Which I think is a very reasonable way to recover from our multi-5. So, let's do that. I'm going to play this. Go get the green-black. And then this will go get Hollowed Fountain. I like that. Go ahead. Maybe this actually needs to get the red. What can this get? Green, blue. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine too. Okay. Well, Opponent just has the Pure Steel. A little sad I didn't keep Counterspell now, but what can you do? It's a shame I just didn't open this hand. Yeah, all that's fine. So what I really need to try and figure out right now is how I want my mana to look. There's honestly a world where I just... Flooded Strand could get Steam Vents, which could blow up the hammer. So, yeah, I mean, I think the play is... Man, that is tough. Yeah, I think that's probably right. I think I agree with you. It just sucks because I kind of wanted to cycle Lorien Revealed, but... Okay, that's actually insane. That's an unbelievably good draw. Now, I think we just go up the Beanstalk. Maybe. Maybe not. That's a ton of damage. Maybe next turn I go up the Beanstalk. And do this, pass, leave up Tear. If they play Pure Steel, let it resolve. Wear their hammer. Untap. Play up the Beanstalk. We also get to cycle that way. Cycle the Lorien Revealed. That probably makes sense. Yeah, I agree that's what it seems like. I'm just wondering if I'm supposed to go up the Beanstalk here. Problem is I have to take a ton of damage. I mean, I take 10. I go to 7. Take 10, go to 7. Would untap. Would be able to wear their hammer. Still have Solitude. It's probably just wrong. I think we're just going to pass. Okay, well, that doesn't cast Pure Steel Paladin. This resolves. Cauldron Complete is fine. Okay, so now we're going to go get the other Triome. And we're going to certainly Island Cycle this. I believe for Hallowed Fountain. This way, we have great mana. Right on time. Okay, I think I need to go up the Beanstalk. I think it's time to go up the stalk. Try and hit like a Leyline Binding. Okay, I'm just going to play this tapped, say go. Because the thing is, I don't want to blow the Wear Tear too early either because it's my check to Urza's Saga. Yep, this happens. So now I can deal with this. I can pick up Kahira, and then I can Solitude the Germ. It's an option. There we go. That is so busted. So now we can Binding. I'm going to just do it now to see what I draw. That is a hell of a rip. Reason I do it now is I don't want them to be... Yep, exactly. I don't want them to be able to surge. We'll eat the germ. Could have eaten the Cauldra, but I think this being in play so I can Teferi bounce it, redo it later, especially with a Bean in play, is just cracked. Alright, I'm going to play the Misty and pass. Go. Well, we're certainly working our way back now, because now I've got Counterspell available. Next turn, I can cast Solitude, eat a thing, draw a card. Alright, it's a little bit annoying. What does this mean? Nettle Cyst, maybe? Could be a Nettle Cyst. It's certainly possible. Yeah, okay. Sure. Equip there. Yeah. Okay. Kind of annoying. I think I need to wear the Nettle Cyst. Unfortunate, but it does make me really weak to Saga. But there's not a lot I can really do about it. I mean, this is just too much pressure, I think. Okay, I'm going to fetch, I'm going to tap land. Probably Temple Garden. Might be a Breeding Pool, actually. Probably better with Counterspell. I don't know that any of this... This might get a Plains, so I kind of like Breeding Pool, I guess. Yeah, I agree. Our opponent should be in trouble unless we get Saga. Saga could definitely beat me still, which is obviously why I was hesitating on the... on the decision there. I'm going to play the fetch. I want to thin the deck, certainly, here. Alright, play this, go. I think I have to let this go. I don't think I care about Stoneforge. I don't think I care. This is fine. That is not something I'm supposed to blow the Counterspell on, I don't think. Giver resolves. I'm going to Solitude that. Nice. They're even letting me eat their Stoneforge. That seems terrible, but I will take it. Island. Solitude. Draw a card. Okay, deck. I've had about enough of these lame-ass straws. Eat this. Yeah, terrible attack. Eat this. Block. Yeah, the attack there is just heinous. It's disgusting how bad it is, honestly. It's just so poor. Oh, we'll take that. Land. Combat attack for 3. Still going to leave up Solitude Counterspell. I mean, things are looking really good now. Things went from looking really bad to really good real fast. We know they have a hammer in hand. I think I counterspell this, but it is very close. Because if they if they go for the Inkmoth thing, they tap out. No, this is fine. Well, yeah, but we have Solitude. That doesn't matter. I think I'm actually supposed to let this go. Because I could also just Yeah, I'm going to let this go. Because they might just go for the Ink Moth kill, right? Yeah, and now they just tap out. They lose everything. Nice. Cast this. And now we have Counterspell for the Pierce Steel, which is really all we're afraid of at this point. Okay, I'm a little sick of drawing like hot garbage, but we did draw 2 Solitudes, I guess, but still a little nuts. Mold to 5. We are in very good position, but still would like to draw some spells. Would be nice. Alright, I guess I don't get to draw spells. Fetch. Get one of these tapped. Yeah, I'm going to pick up the Companion, obviously. I'm not playing it yet. We're going to hold up Counterspell, but... Combat. 6. Gain 6. Go ahead, opponent. Resolves. Hit the F6 button. Going to cast a Kahira. I don't even need to cast that. I'm just going to play Kahira and win the game. Green, green, blue, combat, attack you for 8, gain 8, go to 30. Okay, they take all of it, that's fine. Main, play this, go. Okay, nice. Okay, game 3. Here we go. Pick up Kahira who needs spells. Yeah, I mean, that's just the classic spot where I just want to draw Lorien Revealed, man. I just want to pay 5 mana to draw 4 cards. Is that so much to ask? Have I tried the 4-color versions? Are you talking about, like, the Ren and 6 deck? I don't think that deck is good. I really have a lot of issues with that deck. The biggest problem with that deck is I think Coffers exploits it, and so that's why I built this deck instead. Is Chalice not worth it? Chalice might be good. You might be right. What, Chalice on 1? Yeah, Chalice is like, okay. What would you suggest we cut? That's the hard part, right? We could come off the Days Undoing. Counterspell seems slow on the draw. Spell Pierce and Daze. Yeah, Days Undoing is definitely slow. I could buy cutting that one easily. I don't think we want to cut Tef. I think Tef is too good, especially in the Beanstalk build, because there are plenty of games where you just like go Beanstalk, Tef, bounce, Beanstalk. But it also just shuts off Surge. If they can't Surge me, that's pretty nice. Trimming an Arset is possible. Do we also... Force of Negation is interesting, given that I am on the draw. I don't like it on the play, but it might be good enough on the draw. Like, we bring in a couple Force Negations, trim a couple Narsets. What if we did something like this? So I think Force Negation on the draw might actually be good enough. The question is Narset better than Teferi? Narset digs to Wear, Tear, and Verdict. But, I don't know. I think I kind of like this. Tef is way better against Urza Saga than Narset is overall. Like, Bounce Saga. I think I do want the Force Negations, though. I'm going to try this. Let's see how this goes. Feel this. Yeah, hand's good. Snapping it off. Not close. The only downside is it doesn't have a bean. Very rude, opponent. Very rude. Very rude. Play this pass. Go. Okay. Yeah, opponent still being really rude out there. All right. How do we play this game? I kind of just want to nuke their Saga and pay the mana on Esper Sentinel. That is definitely reasonable here, I think. Is to just go land, fetch, pay 1, blow up your land, go. And then, like, yeah, they can put in the 5/5, but then next turn I can just ending that. Probably get... Killing Saga seems good. Yeah, I agree. And not giving them a card. I think that's probably the line. Go. Could Solitude here, but I'm going to try and be patient with Solitude and just never evoke. I want to hard cast them both. Oh. Alright. Well, now I'm probably just Solitude pitching and ending on this. More than likely. Or do I just let this hit me for 11? It's like... then you get to draw a card off the ending, too. Yeah, that just can't be good. I'm going to Solitude pitch an ending. Goodbye. I could just Prismatic ending this Stoneforge now. I don't hate that at all, because then that Cauldra is just going to rot in their hand. So I think that makes sense. Go for the aid. No, I don't think so. I think I just want the Cauldra to rot. Can we leave the aid alone? Yeah, they got Cauldra. I'm going to do this. And I'm just going to do this right now to save my time. Get this. Go. Now, this is a spot where having Force and Negation instead of Narset makes me a little depressed, but here we are. God damn, dude. Come on, man. Well, that will be good. I'm just going to pick up Kahira, I guess. Play this, go. Okay. I'm sure them shocking is good for me. Oh, that means they have Surge. Wait. Yeah, it means their last card must be Surge, right? There's no other card where shocking yourself there makes any level of sense. I'm just going to do this. Pass. They make a thing. I may or may not Solitude here. Yep. That's fine. They make another thing. Probably am going to Solitude. It saves me a lot of life. What I could have done was just, I guess, played Kahira. That's fine. I'm going to Solitude. They do the obvious play where they... I mean, I guess they could have been bluffing. It's theoretically possible. But yeah, there's the Surge. That's fine. Now you're going to get verdicted. Block. We did get the Surge out of their hand, so that's nice at least. But okay, that's kind of good, I guess. Cast Verdict. Go. So we know they have Cauldra, one unknown. Resolves. Sure. God damn. All right. It would have been, yes. It would have been a very good spot to bluff. I guess we'd play this, and then end step, I'm going to Otawara the Giver. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, put that back in your hand. Dude, can I... Are you fucking kidding me right now? God damn, man. So trash, dude. The ultimate tilt is... This is so dumb. It is so dumb. My opponent has a stone uncastable in their hand. They've had an uncastable in their hand the entire game. Ugh. God, man. They're not going to play the 1-drop? That seems terrible. Must have a Surge then. Surge is the only way that makes sense. So they have another Surge in their hand. Okay, that's pretty busted. Play this. Now their Surge doesn't matter. Okay, sure. Plus, I mean, I guess their Surge kind of still matters. Sure, plus. Go. Now they can put Cauldra in and hit my Tef. Am I dead? Oh. Did they get that off the... Yeah, they did. Man. It's pretty disgusting. I don't think we could have played this game better. I really don't. Maybe I was too early on the wear tear. Well, we are dead. I mean, this has trample, right? So... Yeah, I think... I am curious. We should have minus Tef, just targeting nothing. Yeah. It maybe did. Nope, just another land. Why would it be anything else? I guess that makes me feel better that we didn't minus, but... God, man. That is just so tilting. Cannot believe it. We played 21 lands. I have 4 or 5 mana draw threes. Like, we saw a 0 in this game. A 0 Lorien revealed. It's like, come on, man. Frickin' A. All right. Well, I think we're probably gonna... I guess we can just finish this one now. Yeah, that was rough. That was rough. This is what happens when you don't put the bean in play. When you don't put the bean in play, your deck's medium. When you cast bean, you just put the bean into play on turn 2, you win on your mold of 5s easily. So we just need Wizards to give us more beans. Just print another card that just does exactly the same thing, so we get to play 8 of that. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think we really could have played that game any better. I think we did what we needed to do. Opponent is on 75 cards in their main deck, so pretty likely playing 4-color. I think I keep this. We've got Spell Pierce for Ren. We've got Tef, Binding. All of it's pretty good. I don't have Bean or Narset, which kind of sucks, but Spell Pierce for Ren. Pretty excited about that, so I'm going to try it. All right, that's going to stay in my hand as a draw 3, especially in this matchup. I think I just want to lead here. Sure. Yep. Okay, nice. I'm going to go get Rothrin. Other Tef ain't bad at all. Play Misty, say go. Okay. You're getting Spell Pierce, pal. Spell Pierce. It's a Goth. All right. Now we might be going up the beanstalk because if they like Omnath, I can bind. I guess like Tef minus probably makes the most sense. Just Tef blind minus. Then next turn I can go up the beanstalk and binding. If they have like an answer to Tef, I just don't care. Still like don't really want to draw lands that much. I mean, I do have a Lorien revealed, so maybe I'm just supposed to shock this in. Shock this in, play Teferi, minus draw a card. I don't hate that. Let's do that. Tef, blue, whatever, white, minus, go. Okay. Sure. The One Ring. Okay. It's fine with me. Solitude ain't too bad. Alright, let's cast the Bean. Where's Narset when you need her? She'll show up eventually. She always does. Alright, let's put this one here. Let's plus here. Why is Bean so fun to say? Who knows, man? Who knows? I'm gonna... I guess fetch here. Maybe I'm not supposed to. I could do another binding, which would maybe make me want to shock. Alright, cast this. Trigger the Bean. Okay, that's actually a very good one. That deals with Omnath, if they have one. That was a really nice draw. That's pretty rude. Alright. Pretty rude, opponent. Pretty rude. At least they don't gain protection again, but they do just get to start using the stupid ring. Teferi. Probably want to subtlety that. Pitching the... maybe one of the Lorien revealed, honestly. I'm going to draw 4 cards. It's so many. Probably want to keep Tef. It's a white card to Solitude as well. Top. They top it. Okay. Fetch. Hallowed Fountain, I guess. Alright, that's kind of cool. I can just prismatic ending the ring and get a card off it. It's probably right. They're over here missing land drops. Like, the Tef isn't even that crazy. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Or do I want to draw 4 cards off Lorien Revealed? I mean, it's close, but the problem is they have a ring going. The ring gets to draw them a lot of cards. They're missing lands. I think because they're missing lands, I nuke the ring. Get Island here, I think. Blue, white, red. Black. This will still work fine. Okay. Go. It doesn't matter if it's 5. It just needs X to be 5. It doesn't have to be 5 colors. Yeah. Tef is fine. I just have to minus on nothing here. Yeah. Makes sense. Sure. Sure. It's a Wren, maybe? That's not a Wren. Yeah, they have a Wren. Nope, maybe not a Wren. It's maybe a Prismatic on the Beanstalk. Yeah, that makes sense. Card is messed up. Opponent gets it. Alright, Narset is pretty great here. Is that better than casting a draw 3? It might be, honestly, because I could just hit the Days Undoing and the game, like, ends if that were to happen. Yeah, I think I like this. This blanks a lot of things that they can do. I'm going to take another Narset. I can't do anything on their turn anyway. I'm just going to plus. And I think I'm just picking up the Kahira. Go. Sure. 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 Okay, you gain some life. Them shocking that in is kind of odd. Oh, Delighted Halfling. Interesting. Okay. I guess I give them their binding back and then draw a card, and then use the Narset again. That seems like a good start. Because if I hit the Days Undoing, they're in so much trouble. All right, minus... No, we hit another Beanstalk. We also hit another Binding. I think I'm just going to Binding. A little Binding action going on here. Yeah, Binding has to be good. Okay, play this land. Cast Solitude. Eat your Omnath. And where does this Binding want to go is the real question. I could just not play it yet. I don't really know where I want it to go. I think I just hold. Go ahead. Yep. Okay. Actually wonder if I should cycle my Lorien revealed here. Do I need this to be a draw 3? Probably not. This is fine. Sure. They Binding my Narset. I Binding their Binding. I use Narset again. This is all fine. Someday I will hit the Days Undoing. And it will be nice. Okay. Up the Beanstalk ain't too bad. Let's go up the Beanstalk, I guess. Subtlety, but I can't cast it on their turn. Oh, you know what I can do? I can Tef. Alright, I think I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to Tef, bounce their Binding, get my Binding back, hit their Tef. Bit of the Solitude as well, I guess, but I think it's supposed to be the Tef. Go. Okay, so they're trying to binding my binding. I think I counterspell this. Okay, opponent's had enough. Sure, works for me. Gust. Wear tears. What did we do last time? I can't even quite remember, to be honest. Let me pull up Mr. Jabor's sideboard guide again to remind myself a little bit. Okay, he goes down to Solitude. I don't think I want to go down to Solitude. Down a binding. Down an ending. Down a verdict. Go down one, down one. And down a Solitude. I guess I'll try going down a Solitude. Not certain if Spell Pierce is good or not, but Basic Forest looking a little awkward here, but I do think this hand's a keep. Narset, definitely one of the most important cards in the matchup. They're on a Multa 4? Oh my gracious. Oh, their only way out is to Ren, but I've got Prismatic Ending for that, so I don't even know how much I care. Sure. Yeah. Okay, so I go get... I might just ending this, honestly. And then they have to have another land with the Ren, like... And then I still can just gust them in their draw step the following turn. Seems pretty horrid for them. I think that's going to be the line I go with. Oh, well, they don't have Ren. Good luck. Just going to play this here and pass. My mana being the way it is, that probably doesn't get the Black Triumph. Probably just gets the Rawfren. Alright, I'm just going to leave up mana and not let them resolve a ring. Go ahead. We don't need to play Narset yet at all. It's just very, very unnecessary. They could have Dispute into land drop Ring, and I could actually lose that game. So, not going to let that happen here. I do actually think drawing lands now is kind of okay. Although I really just want the bean. I don't know, do I need lands? Not really. Get the Narset plus Counterspell in 2 turns. I'm just going to do this. Do this. Untap. Tap land, go. Sure. Up the beanstalk, baby. Let's go. Up the beanstalk plays better around Dispute than Narset does, which kind of just makes me want to go up. Up the beanstalk. But also this one is like, if they binding this, it's arguably even worse to binding this than this, but I don't know, this does have its upside for sure. I am just going to Narset, I guess. I don't know. I don't know if that's actually... I think it is better, but it is a lot worse than a Dispute, which is totally plausible for them to have Dispute. Okay, minus. Looking for Tef or Wear Tear here. All right, I'll take another Narset. Go. Sure. Okay. I will minus Narset again. That seems pretty good as well. Well, there's the Day's Undoing. There's also a Tef and a Force of Negation. I might just take the Tef. I don't even know how necessary Day's Undoing. Do the thing. We're not going to do it right now, but I could take it. I'm really not convinced it's correct to even take, though, to be honest. I kind of just want to take Tef. Let's go like Tef minus go. Yeah. Or Tef plus even. I understand it's no fun. I get it, believe me. But alright, that happens. Yep, you got it. Go. Well, nothing we did was resolving anyway, so that's the good news. I think we're going to counterspell this. Yeah, we do. I'm just going to not let this resolve. They can still activate it on my turn, which is annoying enough for me to say no thank you. Okay. Good news is if they have Veil of Summer, they don't draw a card here, which is just... Okay, so this is another counterspell. But I've got Prismatic Ending, so it's fine. Flusterstorm, okay. Yeah. Okie dokie. You got a ring. Wait for my turn to activate it, which I'm sure they're aware of. Yep, okay. Oh, what do we want to do? Probably just Beanstalk go. Could have ending. I don't know that I need to ending this at all. I think I am going to cycle this. And I'm just going to get a basic. Yep. Probably just gust this. Okay. Alright, now we're going to deal with a ring. We need to draw another card on it. It's pretty annoying, but we draw off the ending. Okay. I don't know, maybe I leave it in play. It's kind of a detriment to be in play for them. They're just losing a bunch of life and only getting one card off at every turn cycle. That might just not be good enough for them, honestly. Yeah, I'm actually just going to pass. You take two. Narset doing what Narset does. Just really invalidating our opponent's cards. Pretty sweet. Okay, so with the trigger on the stack, I'm going to Solitude that. They don't get a card off it anyway because of the Narset, which is hilarious, but... Cast, trigger, draw off Beanstalk. Opponent will gain 4 life. That's a little sad. Alright, Counterspell seems great. Eat your thing. Yep. Yeah, I'm just definitely leaving that ring in play. That thing is just literally going to kill my opponent. Yep, you draw 1. Now there's, yeah, they're bolting themselves to draw 1 card. I mean, it's just, yeah, it's just so embarrassing. Narset is insane against that deck. I will certainly say our matches against 4-color today felt like a joke. Which is kind of the idea. That's exactly why I built this deck, was to just beat the hell out of 4-color, and probably, I think it is favored into coffers too. So, this deck feels sweet. I'm excited to work on it this week and probably run it this weekend. I mean, I imagine our Tron matchup's probably not great, but I mean, I didn't build it to beat Tron, so I have not played the matchup. No, I assume it's, you know, I mean, we have a lot of counters, so like there's a chance, but we don't really interact with our opponent's mana at all. So a good Tron player is just going to sit for a while and then like get to 15 mana and then like start double spelling, and it's just really hard to beat that. So I would assume it's probably a pretty bad matchup, but I don't know. I mean, you can always just Days Undoing them. You can always just Narset Days Undoing the Tron player. So Narset's like pretty good against the mana rocks too, right? Pretty good against Sphere and Star. Makes those cards really awkward. You have to like pop them on your opponent's turn, not your own turn. So, I mean, there's definitely... I would say we're not favored, is my guess. Just thinking about the matchup, but I could be wrong. I might just be wrong. Like, maybe we have enough, like, card draw and counter magic that we're able to handle them. I don't know. But I would assume it's hard. That's my guess. But... all right, everybody, that's going to do it for me today. Hopefully you enjoyed watching some Blue-White Bean in Modern. Was not a great prelim for us, but we bounced back really well in that league. Almost 5-0'd. I think our Game 3 loss to Hammer was pretty gross. Game 1 loss, probably kept a hand I shouldn't have. So that's on me. Game 3, we definitely drew pretty putridly, but it happens. But, yeah, tomorrow we'll be back at it. We'll play the Pioneer Prelim. I'm not sure what I'm going to play. That starts at 10 in the morning. So that's what we'll start with, and then we'll probably play another league with this deck, honestly. But we'll see about that. Kind of see what we want to do. But let's see. Who are we going to raid? We're going to do a raid here. Looks like Doomwake's on, so let's hit him up. He's playing Questing Druid deck over here. Looks like Prowess, some sort of Prowess deck. So that's cool. All right, everybody, thanks for hanging out. Like I said, hopefully you enjoyed this deck. I certainly did. Did about what I hoped it would against 4 colors, so that's good. But all right, we'll catch you guys tomorrow.